Opening Phi project. Opening Phi project. Opening Phi project. Running Nugget Windows Server. Running Nugget Windows Server.
Hi, Mike.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal. Oh, thank you so much, Mike. Yes, I will say that again. Hi, Sandberg. Yeah. So, I am working on my programming language. That's my streaming project at the moment. And I'm saying if you want more information about the Phi programming language, FI, then you can go to the Phi programming language YouTube channel, where there's some information on there. And I'm streaming development on here, and then when there's an update, I will post updates on something significant. I will post them up on the Phi program channel. And the Phi programming language is it's a potentially revolutionary new language. That it's the biggest thing about it is it doesn't have any control flow. It doesn't have a program counter. It potentially could run on hardware that doesn't have a clock. Recording went very well. The focus the last couple of days has been on a song called Controlled, which I wrote a couple of years back. It's about someone I met once at a party. He was a bit weird, and he was drunk at the time as well. But yeah, it's a song called Controlled, and it's kind of like it's like a British noir thing. Kind of inspired a bit though by Curtis Mayfield, It's got a kind of vibe from the 70s, and it involves a lot of brass instruments. So I've been having to get my trumpet playing back in order. More on that in a minute. I also started playing flute during the lockdown. Probably about 6 months ago I started on the flute, maybe even a little less. And that has got to the point where I can actually record with it already. But now I've been... I mean, the flute was a completely new instrument in the sense of getting the difficult bit is getting the breath, the embouchure, to get the sound out. But I've been playing Irish whistles, or tin whistles, penny whistles. I've been playing those for a long time, so it gave me a head start. But the song features the flute as well, some muted trumpet, and we've got something like about 4 or 5, well, many tracks of brass. So that went very well. Quite excited on how that track's going to turn out. Yeah, so that was cool. See you, Sandberg. No, the party was not in Poland. Oh, I know why you're saying that. No, the party was not in Poland. The party was a lot closer to home. And anyway, so there we go. And right, so I was saying the thing I was working on last time on the language was indirection. So the Phi programming language is a very different language to normal, to sort of like C++ or C or JavaScript or whatever, in more ways than just not having a program counter. It also doesn't have memory allocation. I mean, at least not in the way you would think. Sort of memory management is also completely different. So you don't create an object and then hold a pointer to it. Everything is by name. So when you create an object, you say what name you want the object to have. Obviously that could create an issue because you could end up calling it something that, something else that is already named that. But I mean, if that happens, then it can just print an error. And it's like, who cares? Print an error. That will be the area that you get. You have to name things, and if you name it and there's a clash, your fault. But it has some very nice properties when you do that, because it means that you don't ever have to answer the question, where did I put that thing? Or how do I get the reference to? Anybody used to, especially object-oriented programming, this gets to be a point of stress. You're working in a code base and it's like, well, now I need to get a reference to something small and insignificant, so I guess it would be difficult to find, like the screen, and what you have to do is go and find what API call you need in order to get a reference to things. That's one of the things you've got very commonly with APIs these days. You always have to have a different function call for getting a reference to whatever it is, and you have to look it up. And then if you're unlucky, you'll find that the call itself, this is a consequence, of course, of when people embrace object-orientated programming a bit too tightly. I need to get a reference to this object that I need, but there's a call to get that reference, but in order to make the call, I need to get a reference to the manager that allows me to get a reference to the thing I'm looking for. It's sort of, and I find that really irritating. So here's an idea. Everything is available. You just need to know its name, and in effect, that makes everything global, or potentially you can make anything global, really, easily. If you're interested in that, you can try and find, if you can track down, my podcast. I need to organise that and consolidate it, but I think this one is actually available on Spotify. One of them's available on Spotify, allegedly, although I don't know. It was, but since I never bother to check how anything is doing on Spotify, I mean, exactly what is the point? You know, I don't even check to see how many people are watching right now. I don't know. What is the point? There is none. But you could go to Spotify and look for the Moths of Programming, as in moth, M-O-T-H, as in that fluttery thing that that people maybe have forgotten even exist now, because we've got ourselves so removed from the natural environment. And moths are probably not a thing anymore for 95% of the population. But you know what a moth is, don't you? Well, yeah, the moths of programming. They flutter around in our heads and make programming more difficult because they distract us, you see. It's like the myths of programming, but it's the moths of programming, in case you didn't catch the joke. But episode 1 was about global variables. I'm feeling every time I do a stream, I feel like I'm in a certain mood. I'm certainly in a certain mood today. I'm just trying to think about what that mood was inspired by. And I've just realised I was watching YouTube a little in the morning. Sometimes I do on the weekend. And I watched an episode of Alas, Smith and Jones. Now, this is Mel Smith and Griff Rhys-Jones, who were two of the members of the famous TV show Not the 9 O'Clock News, which I used to watch as a kid. It was very funny. Nice video, shame about the song. Anyway, the point is I think that set me up for a day, or at least a stream today, where my mood would be slightly different. Inspired a little bit by that kind of zany, sort of surreal humour they had. There was actually a very funny joke in there, as they have this kind of like thing where they sit opposite each other and sort of next to each other, and they sort of just chat in a kind of like antagonistic way. And so the topic came of being a good father. And so just in case you wanted to know what I find funny, this I found incredibly funny. I don't normally laugh out loud when watching anything, but this made me laugh out loud, perhaps more than it deserved. But they were just basically talking about, how one of them had pictures of their children in their pocket, and so on. The topic about, fathers and so on. It says, the question was, well, that's a good question. What makes a good father? And the answer immediately was, being able to get a woman pregnant is a great start. I thought that was just funny, just really funny. I don't know how funny you find that, but I found that very funny. Obviously, it's influenced me a little bit because I don't normally start my streams in this way. Disclaimer, I've had no alcohol. I am not on any kind of drug. Although, when I was cleaning my trumpet, because it really did need a bit of a maintenance thing, it is possible that I use some sort of solvent to clean something. It's possible that sort of affected me. I don't know. One has to bear these things in mind, though. Anyway, yes, about the trumpet. So I've kind of neglected the trumpet, also the trumpet itself, and it got a bit dirty. So I spent quite a lot of the day giving it a good old clean. And I discovered a few things, like, for example, the mouthpiece was loose. I think I fixed that. But that was probably one of the reasons why I've been having a bit of trouble of late, because if the mouthpiece is loose and it kind of wobbles, then the back pressure from when you play the instrument sort of squirts back out through around the mouthpiece, and it's going to make it harder to get a good sound out of it. Yeah, it feels a lot better now. There we go. Right, so I'm just going to check the chat now. Where were we? The moth was the first bug. Yes, it's true. The moth, that's also true. Thank you. There was another reason, and in fact, there was. I'm not pretending like I had thought of that or whatever. You can take the credit if you like, but it is entirely possible I had thought of that. The moths are programming because the moth was the first bug. This is actually true. It was the first instance of an actual bug found was the note that was written on a card upon which was sellotaped a poor, unfortunate moth that got caught in a computer and caused the computer to malfunction. And that is, therefore, some people say that's where the term bug was invented. But if you think about it, if the humorous comment was the first actual case of a bug found, would suggest that the term bug already existed before the actual physical evidence of the bug. It's a bit like dark matter. They've never found any dark matter. They don't know what dark matter is, but they're pretty convinced that dark matter must exist for a whole heap of reasons. And no doubt one day there'll be probably the equivalent. I could imagine a card with some dark matter sellotape to it and said the first instance of dark matter found. That was a bit random, but whatever. Anyway, right. Hey, Zag, how you doing? Right. I have so many projects going on at once. I do. I have many projects going on at once, and it just seems to be getting worse. Now, one of the things I learned as a kind of scientific study, which is another one of my projects, this one is called Life. I learned that if I do not spend a huge amount of time arguing with fools on the internet, I have more time to do other things. So there you go. I really, it really seems pretty stupidly obvious now, doesn't it? But projects I have, yes, numerous songs, which there are a ton which are sort of on the boil. Numerous musical instruments. Current one I'm learning, new one is the flute, but I'm also playing the concertina, trumpet, getting back into shape on that. Guitar, of course, and I've been neglecting that a little bit of late. And I need to get the cello out again. But the problem with the cello is that there isn't enough room. So I also have this other project going on at the moment, which is called Tidying Up. It's going very, very slowly because I get distracted in the middle of it by doing things such as trying to, clean my trumpet, which that's exactly what happened today. Last week I was trying to clean up, and instead of cleaning up, I was working on my PDS 8000 pedal. I've got a project which is to create a schematic for it so that I can repair it, because the poor thing isn't working. I did find that it had a shorted capacitor, electrolytic. That was the first thing, but it looks that in the course of me finding that out, I must have broken something else because it's not quite working right. And then I've got many projects which I haven't even started yet. And there we go. So yes, I'm getting there, trying to get sorted out. I'm going to read the chat now. Why Zagon? Mike is you could only call him Zagon when he's not here. Think about it, right? Phi FPGA, yes. I want to implement a Phi microprocessor, a microprocessor that works directly with the concept of Phi, the architecture of Phi. Such a microprocessor would have the interesting property of not needing a clock. I did have a look at the language that you use to program FPGAs, and a funny thing happened. I looked at it and I went, my word, this language looks familiar. Yes, it's uncanny. It seems to almost have some of the ideas of Phi in it. When you think about it, though, that's probably not a surprise. Anyway, right, lots of stuff. So lots of digressions, but what I was working on last time was indirection, because I was talking about memory. Sorry, I'm just sort of popping the stack up now. If we get back to memory, so and then object orientated references, and the moths of programming, and the first one, which is called global variables are bad, which is actually, I argue, not the case. They're not bad, because global variables allow you to just access stuff now without any fuss, right? And part of the argument as well is everybody says global variables are bad, but very few people understand why anymore, because if you want to understand why, you need to have programmed at some time in a language that doesn't have so it doesn't have local variables, only has global variables. So I've done that many times. I mean, like the first time would be in BASIC, and then in a way programming on a 6502, you tended to program on a 6502 without local variables for performance reasons. So the thing is that unless you've done that, then you don't really fully understand why global variables might be bad. What's happened is that everybody's run with the idea that global variables are bad, but most people don't realize or even remember why. And so what you get is the expression of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's like it's just like a complete overreaction, which then exhibits itself with monstrosities, such as, the singleton, which is basically a global variable pretending not to be a global variable. So it's funny because it's like there's a form of politics in computer science or software engineering, because that doesn't make sense, right? The singletons do not make sense. There are certain instances where maybe you could use them for initialization purposes, but anybody will tell you that's the worst reason to use singletons. So the only reason for having them is also something that is best not to do. So just make them static. Use static classes. That's what I do in C#, or the equivalent in C++, is to use C-style variables, not put them in a class, or put them in a class but make them static. So the point here is that in fact that is one of the many sort of distractions that we've had that have caused people to build software in ways that are not entirely appropriate. So it turns out, you won't be surprised to know, that the Phi programming language embraces global variables. In fact, it embraces state. It has properties that are somewhat functional, but it's not a functional language because it totally embraces state. The way it gets around the problem of memory allocations is to simply say, hey, I want a cube, and so that's what I'm working on at the moment, like make cube, and I'm sort of thinking about and prototyping ways of actually doing this in practice in the language. But basically you say make a cube, and you give it a name. So the name here is item, so maybe I should call it name. But anyway, when you create something, you give it a name, and then the runtime system simply allows you to refer to it by name after that. This has some really amazingly good properties. You think about where you have a reference. Very common pattern in C++, right, is for example things such as smart pointers, which always make fantastic interview questions. Actually, a smart pointer. It's like if I well, I won't go there. I won't go there. It's probably a little too radical for this time of the night. But anyway, point about smart pointers is that there are intricate little mechanism to try and deal with references to objects. But the problem is that object could disappear, for example. And usually you use it so that when the final reference to an object is sort of disappears, then you can delete the object, right? But an interesting point is that what about if you want to move the object? So you could have a smart pointer mechanism, similar mechanism, where you have a reference to an object that holds a reference to the thing you are referencing. Now, in practice, that can be done internally, and so with something like C#, it does that for you automatically. You hold a reference to an object, but that object could move now in memory. And the reason it could move in memory is because it has memory management built into the language and the runtime system. It's going to go and say if it needs to organize the memory itself, you can't rely on it staying in the same place. So C# gets rid of this problem for you by kind of having fake references. So the fake reference is, or an abstraction, the reference isn't memory, the reference is, it's a name. That's what it is, believe it or not, except that it gives you the name. But otherwise, the reference is really an indirection that says there is some memory somewhere, and if you refer to it by this address, it will go, we will map it to where it really is, right? At least that's, I've never looked at the C# runtime system, so if I am incorrect in there, do correct me, but this is what I believe is the case. It makes sense, right? If well, the thing is that you can turn this around, and you could make it so that, you know, instead of just being given some abstract thing which is called a reference, is that you can label it yourself, you give it a name. And so one of the properties from this would mean that it doesn't matter where it is in memory. But then here's something that will blow your mind, is it doesn't matter where it is at all. It could be on a different computer. It could be on the internet, on a server. When you access things by name, you have a nice level of abstraction that simply doesn't exist otherwise. And you can share a resource between two different modules without those modules ever interacting. If this sounds familiar, it's not surprising, because it's basically the way the internet works. The internet is like billions of machines, devices. I think there are more than there are human beings now. Well done. But what they all do is they all have the ability to communicate with each other. They can all, you run a piece of software, it needs to check the license, and it goes and connects to a server, a license server from the company that made the software. It doesn't need to ask, how do I get a reference to that? It accesses it by name, where the name in this case is the URL. So by doing that, you get a level of decoupling that allows coordination between different programs. We're doing that all the time. All those billions of devices running billions of pieces of software that somehow manage to get stuff done. You wouldn't be able to manage it that way if everything needed to do a memory allocation type thing, you know. So that's very important, because what it means as well is that one of the things that comes from Phi potentially is the ability to run software distributed across different computer systems. Even if you don't have computer systems that are running on this hypothetical microprocessor that doesn't have a clock that runs Phi directly, you can still use the architecture in order to achieve potentially concurrency across different machines within a machine in a way that is pretty difficult to do with other programming languages. And part of that has to be the ability for different pieces of code on different machines to know what a particular resource or memory is through simply its name. So phi does that. Now what this means then is, as I say, when you create a cube, you just say, I want a cube, and we'll call it Fred. And next time, when I talk about Fred, you know I'm talking about this cube. And then allows, you have the ability to modify Fred. And, you could then hand off Fred to another thread. You could have more than one Fred thread. Sorry. Anyway, but this means that phi needs to have the concept of indirection. And so that's what I was... I finally get there. That's what I started talking about at the beginning of the stream. So the point with indirection is to have a variable that can hold not the address of another variable, which is so easily trips off the tongue, but it's to have a variable that holds the name of another variable. And this is the equivalent of a pointer in C, right? And so last time, I worked on this for about an hour since the last time. What I'd done is I'd used this @ symbol to basically mean a reference to. And I put it into the parser so that @ followed by an identifier meant a reference. Then I thought, it occurred to me, hang on, no, this is not really the right way to go about it. Better way to go about it is to turn @ into an operator. So that's what I did. It only took me about an hour to figure that out. Hang on, I was looking for... Here, so... I've got to just look for the @. Where is the @? Where is the @? A Star Wars reference. Hang on. Are you serious? There's no @. No, I said, are you serious? I didn't say, hey Siri. I didn't say that. I said, are you serious? Are you serious, Siri? It's saying, go ahead, I'm listening. But it isn't, you see. It lies. It's not listening. It's not listening at all right now. It's just going backwards and forwards, like, trying to pretend it's like Knight Rider. I'm
having trouble with the connection. Please try again in a moment.
Sorry, I'm having trouble with the connection. Oh, really? So, op reference. I created an operator called reference. The operator called reference is then able to operate on an identifier. And so in theory, you can then have multiple indirections. So you could do this, and you could have the reference to a reference to a reference to a reference to, hi there, Mark. Reference to whatever. Surprisingly, this actually worked. And only required a little bit of jigging of the code that I had done last time. So this is where we're at now. It's just building it and running it. If you have trouble seeing any of the windows, do let me know, as I will struggle to make them clearer for you. Assigned literal identifier for foo, for bar to foo. That's this one here. On begin, foo equal @bar. So it says, well, bar is an identifier, which is actually a variable, right? Really, but bar is a variable. @bar is the name of the variable. So the type of @bar is actually identifier, and that's fine because there wasn't a type identifier before. It was actually a type which was like a variable, thing. Anyway, the point is that if I said bar and bar was an integer, the expression bar, B-A-H, would evaluate to an integer. But regardless of what type bar is, at bar creates a type of identifier. So now I'm assigning an identifier literally to another identifier. So foo is now contains bar, not a string. I mean, I could have done it that way, but it's not a string. It's an actual language type, which is, a reference, in fact. So having done that, then it means that foo changed. So this rule is activated as a result because foo changed. On change foo equal 10. And I'm just looking at that and going, oh, so maybe there's a bug here. Because I did this sort of in passing, so maybe I didn't test it properly. So what I'm just going to do is just verify. If I do on begin, so I've just basically got one line running so it's clear what's going on. Assigned literal identifier for bar to foo. So when foo changes, this would actually change foo to an integer. Yeah, no, it's all correct. Because I was looking at the assigned 10 to foo, but this is actually correct, because what happens is that when I assign bar, a reference to bar to foo, I've changed foo. So line 2 triggers. It says make foo equal 10. But because it did that, it means foo changed. So it executes rule 2 again. You can think of each of those as rules, in fact. That's what I call them. So the rule is that when foo changes, you set foo to 10. But as a result, it will set foo to 10 again. And then it stops, because after assigning 10 to foo a second time, there is actually no further change. The state of the program is no longer changing, and so then it exits. That's the way the thing works. So just going to catch up with the chat before I continue. I am wondering whether it's the cleaner. It's either that or the cleaning. It's good for the soul, What do you think, Siri? Hey Siri, is cleaning good for the soul?
I found this on the web.
Why cleaning is good for the soul? Why spring cleaning is good for the soul? How to improve your knee mood? How's cleaning for the soul? This is fine. The problem is when you use the word soul, invariably on the internet, you get things which are religious. I don't use the word soul in the religious sense. I use it in the musical sense. Anyway, I'm not a native executable coder, but to my knowledge, global are stored in data space of the executable, and I think that's slow or something. No, it's not slow at all. In fact, what's nice about global variables which are stored that way is that they are immediately available upon the start of the program and do not require any memory allocation, and therefore they are very fast. Have another go. Smart pointers are like smartphones. My problem with smart pointers is that it's trying to solve a problem that's a real problem, that in the wrong way. if you can write your code so it doesn't need smart pointers, it's probably better code. I'm not saying, therefore, that smart pointers aren't solving a problem. I'm just saying that it might be better to avoid the need to use them. How does Siri and Hal get along? I don't know. We could, at one point, someday, we could try and have a... I was just thinking about, like, maybe I could set up to have Hal and Siri arguing with each other. There's another project to put in my put a pin in. I don't know. One day, Siri and Hal will do battle in cyberspace for the soul of Dino. I think I better open the window. Cyberpace? I didn't use much. Maybe I'm hypersensitive. Flux remover. I don't know. We'll be that battling out. Why did you change the default voice of Siri? Because I didn't like the stereotype. That's why. I just didn't like I didn't like the. And in any case, Hal has the female voice, so you know, I think it's fair to have a kind of balance between the two. Yeah. I don't know. Right. Anyway, so back to this. And by the way, there's no point anybody doing it or anything doing battle over my soul, because I think it's beyond salvation, frankly. No, I don't think anybody would want it. You know, it's like the AI wanting my soul. It's like, yeah. Anyway, it's important to have balance in the Force and the farce as well. That's a real problem in the UK right now. We are lacking a balance in the farce. It's all one-sided. It will be the ruin of us. Anyway, back to the thing. So, what actually I should do is this, if it works. Now, if I say on change of foo, then at foo equals 10, it should put 10 in to the variable that foo is pointing to. So it should go to bar. We'll see if this works or not. Ah, look at that! It did work. That's fantastic. I'm just going to open up my debug display for the execution stack. CD 555. Don't ask me why. Tail minus capital F. And it's E stack state. So when I run this shows the state of the execution stack. At the beginning, bar is seen, then reference bar, so that's that, reference bar, assignment, foo, bar, assign, reference to bar to foo. Then we have foo This one is for the check of on change foo, because currently the change expression is also a full expression. I'm probably going to change that. So I think that's overkill. So then it says yes, foo changed, and so then it's going to go here and do 10, because it read the 10, then the foo 10, then reference foo 10, and then assignment. This reference foo, because when there's a reference foo, it says reference. Okay, this is an operator with one operand, which is foo, and it turns foo into a reference to foo. So that's displayed here with the at. So then here on the stack we have an assignment. We have a reference to foo, a reference, not to foo, a reference in foo, and value 10. And so that it does the assignment of 10 to what foo is referencing to, which is bar, and so here you have assign 10 to bar. And then if I add that line, then we should have a print. So there we go, assigned literal identifier for bar to foo, assigned 10 to bar, and then printed bar. When bar changes, it is printed. You can see there, that's what that's saying. And that's really nice. Now, one other thing that I'm going to have to do, because this was concerning me a little bit, but in fact it's not going to be very hard to do at all. Item dot x. So I kind of very lazily put the dot as part of well, I called it a path, but in actual fact dot should also be an operator. And then what I can do is just have it construct the paths, and what it will mean is that I can, as you can see here, this is the intention, at item dot x would become, if item contain bar, that would become bar dot x, and then bar dot y, bar dot z. So what this does is allows me to construct a function that takes as an argument a reference, and what you've got is a kind of template system as a result. So what's interesting there is you've got a kind of unification of templates and macros. There's basically no need for a macro system if you're able to do this substitution, as far as I can see. I mean, it may be that it's a good idea to have them for other reasons later, but in principle you've got that. When you think about templates in C++, the thing that is substituted is only types. Now, the C preprocessor that templates were designed to replace, I'd have been happier if the viewpoint was to provide another method of doing things, or allowing certain things that the preprocessor is not good at. In C#, they removed all of that stuff, you know, which is really annoying, because the templates, at least as I understand them, again, if I'm wrong, do correct me, but templates, and I do use them, but they, I only use them to do substitutions on types. It doesn't allow you to do substitutions on variables. So, of course, you can have references, and you can work on references, and you can do what you need in that way. But this is a little bit different, because is it a text substitution or is it a reference? There's actually no real difference in practice. You could look at this as putting, you know what, if this was a foo.x, foo.y, foo.z. Now, if I can get this to work, it's going to be really powerful, because I will have then a method of constructing objects. the construction of the object is really just a function to which you pass the name of the object you wish to construct, and it will make a cube of that name. And in here, as you see, it just sort of, as if it was a template or a macro, it just fills it all in. This gets rid of another problem, which is really annoying with the classic system that you've got for making objects or constructors, which is that the object that you construct, there isn't really an awareness of what it is until you've constructed it. So this, which kind of sounds obvious, right? It's like, well, how can you know what it is until it's constructed? But sometimes when you're writing code, you wish that you could already know what the reference is before you construct it, just because of the flow. And of course, you can't. So what you do is sometimes you end up jumping through hoops because of this, or it complicates the flow of your thing, whatever. But the interesting thing here is because you're using the name, you actually know the reference before you've even constructed it, which I think is really cool. That's one of the advantages of names. So I suppose it becomes possible to store a reference, create a list. For example, if I have a list of cubes, I can actually create the references to the cubes before I've created the cubes. You know, I can have an array. I don't have arrays yet, but it's like I could create an array of references to cubes and put the names in. And then I can construct these cubes. And so it will go through and construct the cubes with the names that I've given. Right? Thus actually operating on a list of objects before those objects have been constructed. Now, the way you would do that otherwise is you would have to have an array of references to cubes. You create the constructor you call the constructor to the cube. You do it 10 times, and now you have a list of 10 cubes. But you have to construct that as you go, right? It feels like it feels more elegant this way, where you're using names somehow, although it does perhaps seem strange that you can have the object. But it's not actually that strange. It's basically, if I call the cube Fred and I haven't created it, the cube Fred is in fact a null cube. It's a null cube until you call the constructor. So it's possible to do things with a null cube, right? And it knows what its type is, and we can have operations on that. I don't know, it just feels more, we'll see. I'm just sort of, what I'm doing here is a bit chewing the cud with the thing, you know. It's like, that's interesting, that's potentially useful. So anyway, I'm going to try and construct, I'm going to try and take this further. So I want to test this out, first of all, with a test function. So what I'm going to do is just comment out that one, and now I'm going to run this program and just see what happens. So here we have function test func, which takes an item. You know what? I'm going to call it name. It's easy, just for now anyway. It's kind of easier to understand if it's an item. It's me avoiding using the word object. But in fact, what it is a name. So if I have a test function to which I provide a name, then on begin, it will set whichever variable I have given test func the value of 10. So what we would do there, yeah, I'll have to just see how that works. Yes, if I say bar like this, right, just be clear, when I call the function testfunc with bar, it's going to pass to testfunc whatever type bar is currently set to. It's currently set to the type none because it's undefined. So this would actually be sending... ow! Ooh! Ah! Well, that was... It's all right. I had digression here. Health digression. I had a problem about 4-5 months ago. I banged my head on a low door in downstairs going into the backyard. And it was pretty bad bump. But I had my cap on, right? And I really didn't think anything about it. And it didn't hurt as much as I expected it to hurt. Okay. And it was fine. But then a few days later, I started to get a stiff neck. And then eventually, it got so bad that I ended up going to the hospital because I couldn't move my neck more than like a few degrees in any direction. I was basically having to be like this. Yeah. I tell you, it was a bit concerning. I went to... I called that telephone number, you know, and they took down information about my symptoms. And, well, the online one did it, and so did when I called. I couldn't believe it. They both said, you need to go to accident and emergency immediately. I think the reason for that is because the symptoms were like sort of a meningitis can do the same thing, and that's really serious. You can die. But it wasn't any of that. It was really just a stiff neck. And what must have happened is that there was a shock when I hit my head against the... Well, it's a low door, right? And sometimes that happens. You get a kind of a thing that builds up. And it took probably 2 weeks to go away completely. It was, yeah, it was pretty unpleasant. But ever since then, just occasionally, yes, I know, spiral staircase, it's these things, you know. By the way, my tailbone did heal in the end. I don't have a problem anymore. Those of you might remember, you get up off the chair and it would be like, ugh! One of the first things that happened to me when I started full time on Kickoff Revival was I slipped down the stairs. There used to be on my YouTube channel an actual view of the stairs that I slipped down. They are Dutch stairs because I was in the Netherlands at the time. They are death traps, basically. And I just walked down. I was, you know, in a really good mood, and I just stepped down the stairs, and I wasn't paying attention. I went down the stairs as if they were a normal staircase, you know, just like the kind that you would find in this country that have steps that are, you know, you can put your foot on. It's like each step has room for a foot, like a whole foot. Your foot actually can be wholly supported by the step. In the Netherlands, there are very often staircases that do not do this. You can only put your foot partially on. So, just a tip, if you're ever in the Netherlands, always be careful going downstairs. Never assume that the staircase is just like your common garden normal staircase, because you will slip and then fall on your tailbone and be in discomfort for at least a year. So there you go. But anyway, back to the we're descending down the stack, so I'm going to pop that one off and come back to which was my neck. So what happened just now when you saw me do that was that my neck clicked, and it does that occasionally ever since I had this incident. It's got better, but that was a big one. It was so loud it made my ears ring. So it's like it didn't hurt, but it was just like, and it's like wow. So there you are. Now you understand. I thought it'd be good to explain it, because otherwise it's like, what the hell's Dino doing now? You know. So back to this. So if we've got a test func, if I call test func with bar, whatever the type of bar that bar has would be the type of the variable assigned to name, which is the argument. But so then I would have an integer. I'm talking through this because I want to see what happens when I run this. I want to see that the behavior is what it should be. I would be assigning none to name, and then on here I want to assign a reference, whatever name is referencing. This would be the equivalent of a null pointer. It's like a null pointer exception, because bar is not defined, so name will be undefined, or a none, type none, and then it will dereference a none, can't be done. So I'd expect an error. Let's see if this works. And it didn't, so this is what I'm going to have to work on next, because I did not get an error. Assigning argument 0 bar to name. Yep, that doesn't quite make sense. So I will. That will be the next thing to investigate. Yeah. The doctor at the accident emergency was very good, but he was suspicious at first. It's like, you know, because it was a bit strange. I mean, it's like, I don't know if he quite believed the fact that literally I couldn't move, and he said, "Open your mouth. I can only open it up this far," you know, whatever. So he was looking at me, and he pushed my head, and it was like, and I'm just like this. It was terrible. Never thought such a thing could hurt so bad. So anyway, yeah, it was no joke. So let's see what's gone wrong here. So in order to, I'm checking then two different things, because I've got a function call. Well, I think I know what the problem is, actually. Because it's a different kind of assignment. So when yeah, I know. When you do this assignment like this, I have to apply, well, argument 0, which is bar to name. I think I need to check this. Assigning argument. Come on, I should have. Oh, I'm in the wrong. I need to look at it here. Right. So assigning argument. This is inside what? No, it's in an evaluation of an argument. Right. let's put the type of the thing I'm assigning. So it would be operator to C string of write op. Get it in the right place. %d, that's the integer. Something, I've just screwed this up, I think. Let's go back. All right, so assigning argument and then the second one is the name of the variable. An operator to C string was the arg op. That's right, arg op. So, and I can see what the type is. Yeah, 2020 has been a kind of a not the best of. Lots of weird stuff there, like that, isn't it? Everyone. Non-standard syntax, really? Right, integer, arg to string. Aha, I should have gone there. Yeah, it says bar is an identifier. That's curious. Maybe I never implemented passing a variable to a function. I don't think I ever got that. I've never tested that. So I think that's the problem. If I put 10 in here, assigning argument 0 to name. In this case, it's 10, which is an integer. Hey, NLT31, hi. How you going? How are you doing? Yeah, I'm working on new commercial games in my job. I mean, at least I'm helping teams that are working on new games. So that's what I do for my day job. But I'm not working on anything commercial as an indie game developer. At the moment. So, right. So that worked. So what I need to fix is this actually. This is a variable. Let me give it another name. Fred. The variable Fred is incorrectly set as an identifier. In part is because I need to check all the different types. It's also possible I need to check the execution stack here. Yeah, funnily enough, the assignment of 10 to Fred, it's accidentally worked, which is curious. Oh. Yeah, well, it depends how I do this. Ooh. Oh, right.
Hello, Dino.
Hi, Al. Yeah, I've got one of these language decisions to make. It's actually possible that this is completely correct for the language. I mean, basically, what's happened is I've said I'm passing Fred to this. And the expression Fred, unprocessed, got put into name. And then it became it literally. See, and maybe that's not bad. See, in this case, if I get rid of the at, it's assigned 10 to name. If I put the at in, it's going to assign 10 to Fred. And the reason is because name gets literally substituted with Fred. Now, what would happen if I put an expression in here, like I pass in, say, 10 times 3? What will happen is it will evaluate the 10 times 3 inside the function. So what I've got to decide is, do I evaluate before I call the function, or do I pass the whole expression unevaluated into the function? Currently, it seems to be passing in. It only seems because I've not tested it, but it seems to be passing in the whole expression. Maybe. I mean, we'll have to. That might be the case. What I'm going to do is make this, call this expression a equal expression. This is just to test this behavior out. So now I put in, say, 10, and what we should see happen is that it assigned 10 to a. Now a is going to be a local variable because it's inside the function. But you can see it do that assignment of 10 to a. That makes sense. But if I do 10 times 2, then what happens? It assigned 20 to a. So it worked. But what I need to do is see what was happening with the execution stack. So just I want to verify that. So what I'll do is, this is the evaluation code here, and there's the master switch statement. And so we'll see, as I'm running with a debugger, we'll see the execution stack build up a step at a time. The code that we're looking at, the phi code that we're looking at, phi code that we're looking at is just these here. Those are commented out. What about there? So we start off, the first thing in the parsing, which is all handled by Antler, it's not generating the execution stack in the order in which things are encountered, because it's got to build them up in a kind of reverse Polish notation. So the first thing that is processed after parsing is function args, because basically there's one argument here. Now if I hit F5, we'll move on to the next step. And so what we have is 2. So it is already executing this, I think. This won't appear in the because it's just defining a function which is then executed. So okay, continuing, we have 10 and 2. The next one will be multiply. So we have multiply 10 by 2. It multiplied the 10 by 2 and put that into the 20. So it is actually executing it's evaluating the expression before it goes into the function, which is what I thought it was going to do. So it multiplied 10 by 20 and put the 10 by 2 and put the result 20 in here, and the next operator it got was the function. So this is represented here. There's a function called testfunc. So from testfunc, it disappears basically. "20 function args I don't remember this protocol here on that. This must be constructing the call. Function args is just to tell it, so it knows when it's finished processing the arguments for a function call. I'm not sure what that 0 is. Now we have expression, which is this, and that 0. It's kind of interesting. No, that 0 means this is argument 0. So we have this operator argument is basically giving the index to a it's basically argument 0. So processing the argument 1, you're just left with expression A. It's actually finished with that. What it was doing inside the argument was basically copying it over to the local state of the function. There's no print that shows that. We have now moved on to the next line. So we start off, we now have A expression. So this the next one should be assignment. So that it's going to assign A to expression. But A is whatever the type is of A, and the value of A is 20, because the value of expression is 20. It got set here. It's finished. It assigned 20 to A. So that is evaluating the expression evaluates the arguments before it sends the arguments through. So now what I need to understand is, well, let's try this. It should complain about an undefined variable at some point with that. So that function args, bar args, test function, blah 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 blah. All of this is happening. It's assigning 0. No. Argument 0 is an internal store of the arguments. Argument 0 is bar. A bar of type it's undefined, so it's type none. So there we go. Unhandled right-hand type identifier for assignment. Interesting. So it's actually interpreted this as an identifier, which is wrong. That's a bug. I can probably prove that. On begin bar equals 10. And then on change bar, test func bar. We'll see what happens. So 10 bar assignment. It assigned 10 bar. Where's the output window? Assign 10 to bar. Constructing function arguments. We're assigning, we have the function argument bar. We are setting up bar as argument 0. Assigning argument 0 bar identifier. So the bug is that it's always assuming it's an identifier, and the bug was the reason the other thing worked when I thought it wouldn't. So a bug that's making something work inappropriately. Because what should happen here is clearly this should be now the value 10, and that 10 gets assigned to A, but what's happened is it's actually passed bar in literally instead, and that's not right by any stretch of the imagination. So we've got to figure that out now. So no, I'm just curious because there are some consequences to this which I just want to understand how deep this particular bug rabbit hole goes. What happens if I go and say bar plus 0? Is it going to convert? Is it going to turn into an integer? Unhandled right-hand type identifier for assignment. Unhandled left value type integer for plus. That's probably just because it's not implemented yet. But it did identify it as an integer in that case. Unhandled addition types, integer with identifier. It's not quite making, it's not quite consistent. Oh, such a page doesn't exist. There are games I've been responsible, well, not responsible for, but have been, I know of games. I know games that are in some part due to something I did that there'll be no credit for. So I don't think there ever will be. Hang on a minute, what's that doing there? Plus bar 1. Unhandled left value type, integer for plus. All right, what happens if I do this? See, that worked. It ended up assigning 10 to foo. But that's because it's done inside the assignment, I assume. Oh, right, yeah, I'm going to have to do a bit of refactoring to get this to work. The first problem is that the idea in an assignment of converting an identifier here, this is the one that's going to be called. And it should never find an identifier in the assignment because the identifier should have been already evaluated. So we need to put in an assert at this point, or error. Right. So if I do that, it will generate an error message on the run, on the execution. Expression not fully evaluated. Type is identifier. And this is causing a simple assignment of one variable to another to fail. So, question then is, how do I evaluate that? Because there's no operator. There's currently no operator in implicit operator that says, hey, you need to evaluate this. Oh. Oh, have a think about that. That isn't trivial. I'm going to take a thinking break. In the meantime, I can put a video on. Why not? I'm going to go stretch my legs. All right, I'll be back after this commercial break. Single I Only Want to Sing the Blues is available on Spotify and all other streaming services like Amazon. I don't think I've had a single play on Amazon, but I'm getting a few on Spotify. So really, the only one that matters seems to be Spotify. Anyway, here it is. Be back shortly. If this works, video view. Video view doesn't work. You see, it's broken. It always does this. It's always doing this thing. Like, there we are. Ooh.
that you've got to do. I only want to sing. I only want to sing. I only want to sing the blues.
Yeah? Really? Man, I can't do this anymore. You know they're watching me. Look, I know, all we want to do is play music. But man, I mean, no, I'm out. I can't. What? Oh, come on, stop messing with me. No, I don't believe you. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. 1:30 tomorrow. Got ya.
Please hang up. Please hang up. Please hang up.
Please don't hang up. Yeah, so the the photographer and the lady there were MEA agents. It says in the credits. There's Music Enforcement Agency. Basically, it says on the picture holding the sign, illegal musician. The stupid thing is that I recorded that video last Christmas before last, and it kind of predicted what was going to happen in 2020. In the sense that actually music gigs are illegal. It's actually it's weird. I keep doing things like that. It's weird. Like it's like Kickoff Revival kind of predicted what would happen with sport. It's like now we have empty stadia. Everybody watches the matches virtually on TV, and it's sort of actually Kickoff Revival had that theme in it, and it's like you could laugh, but I was talking about it with Simon. It was about this kind of idea that about the thing about trumpets is they're very loud. So I practice my trumpet with a mute on, and it's good because it's not so loud and it's not going to annoy people. I have someone wonder whether Miles Davis played with a mute because, you know, he had a neighbour that would get annoyed when he was practicing the trumpet. But there was a point that there, you know, people, black musicians would get into trouble for playing music. It was actually something that was an issue at one time. So they used to have to play their music clandestinely at one point. And in a way, it's still kind of true. In a way, it's like you can't just play in the street, for example. You'll get moved along, even if you're not busking. You, if you want to have a music venue, you have to get a license. You know, there are all these rules, and then they make sure as well that the you know, you need to have certain fire regulations, and they sort of make it difficult. And then you get the problem of with noise. So there was this thing. This was an actual real problem. This is a real thing, right? That I'm about to tell you. In Bristol, I used to live in Bristol for a while in the noughties, and what would happen is that there would be a music venue that had been going for a long time, and then some people would move in. They'd buy a property near the music venue, but because it was near a music venue, the property would be a lower value, at least perceived that way. There's some situation like that, right? Whatever. You know, because I mean, after all, music is a terrible thing, isn't it? To have near your home. I mean, who would want to have live music near where you live? Terrible thought, isn't it? So anyway, what they would do is they'd buy a property, and then they'd shut the music venue down and make a profit. And this is something that was actually a real thing that would go on. So, although obviously the video is tongue-in-cheek and is a bit of fun, there is still an element of truth. You see it in the way that people are shy about playing musical instruments. You see it in the way that people are scared of singing. How many times have you ever heard somebody say something like, "Oh, you wouldn't want to hear my voice"? It's like, it really, it's like everything else is fine. You know, we have tolerance for so many things, don't we? People talk, they vote, they talk about politics. You know, nobody ever goes, "Oh, well, you wouldn't want to hear my political opinion. I'm just useless at politics." It's not really a thing, is it? I mean, you know, that's more dangerous actually than singing. But when it comes to singing, it's like, "Oh, you won't want to hear my voice." Drives me nuts. If somebody walks down the street and is singing, we are programmed to react as though that person is mad. I feel the same. I'm no different. I feel ashamed when I feel that way. I fight it. And I go, no, it's the brilliant thing. Somebody's walking down, yeah, I know, maybe they're drunk. Maybe they're just fine and they just have the courage I don't have. Or to hear somebody singing out loud in the street. And I think just the same thing that you probably think. And I hate myself for it. There's no harm in singing. It's a symptom, isn't it? It's a symptom of a thing. What if the purpose of human beings was music? We've totally blown it then. Hey Tropical, how you doing? Pub at a train station and both turn up the volume a little each year. Yeah. Anyway, I just closed the window. It's getting cold. So I was just thinking about how to handle this situation. The problem I've got is that when calculating an expression, it is entirely possible that in the end the expression is just an identifier, a variable. Oh dear, sorry, shiver. Identifier by itself, and it should probably be turned into. It should probably, be substituted with its value as the last stage of evaluating an expression. And right now that is done on assignment, which kind of makes sense because assignment is always the last thing, except I have two different instances where this happens. One is assignment and the other one is an argument of a function. So I end up with a duplication, and I'm just trying to figure out how to avoid the duplication. Basically, that's the story. I'm not sure. Well, what I could do is have a function that I call to basically evaluate well, let's see how it does it in the assignment operation. Oh, where you go. So I have a thing called an assignment operation. So this is the thing that handles that. I think the easiest thing for me to do is just duplicate it. So when I am evaluating, I'm going to get rid of this error here because in fact I think this is correct. But if I have an identifier, what does it do? Look at the right hand side. If it's a float, it gets the value. If it's an integer, it gets the value. Yeah, but I need that for every single type. Let's have a look at. I think the problem is when it comes to an argument, let's put in this test case again. We have a test function. And then it does this, and so this is the problem, is that it literally, it is copying. Right. Right, at least I understand what's going on. It is evaluating the stack normally, because the argument is a thing that happens as part of the expression, right? So everything is evaluated up to that point. When you get to the point where you're actually assigning the argument, it is currently copying that literally. So if the argument I pass in was a variable, it literally passes the variable in. It doesn't evaluate the variable, because there was no operator prior to that to do. Right, so if I wanted to do a conversion, I need to do it here. I would say, okay, it's a variable, we'll substitute in its actual value. It might be okay to leave it this way. It might not. I have to just a decision to make. Let's see. Is it true EA don't have a great relationship with Nintendo, hence why they don't bring NHL, Madden, etc. to Switch? Nintendo are. You have to remember that with Nintendo, they are. They're not quite the same as like Microsoft and Sony in their approach. They've always been a little bit more I don't know. I think they've been more orientated around games, the games themselves. They do they make games that they only release on their own platform, and traditionally that's what they've done. They've also in the past been not the easiest to work with if you're in a third party. I don't think they look at EA as being. No, I don't know. I don't know. It just feels like I'm not surprised by it, but I don't know why. I'm not surprised by that. If that would be the case, but I don't know. I mean, one of the things that comes to mind though is that Electronic Arts are traditional. I mean, as far as retail goes, a lot of the power of EA has come down to having a monopoly in distribution. So you go to a shop. You go to a shop and you'd see lots of EA stuff everywhere, but it's not like they're not the only publisher out there. And of course, you can say, "Oh, they're because those titles really sell very, very well." Yeah, but I've always wondered whether it's only because they have monopoly, so it's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, you know. But I'm always going to be a bit sore about it because the release of Goal on the Sega Mega Drive happened the same day as FIFA on the Mega Drive, and so my game really didn't have a shot. Because it's like, never mind this piddly little game over here, make way for us. And of course, what they would do is they would incentivize distributors to go in a particular way. Yeah. So I would envisage that at some point EA and Nintendo would have been competing. The way to annoy EA traditionally, I think, I'm not an expert, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the impression I get, right? But the way to annoy EA would be to take away, traditionally, right, take away retail shelf space away from them. And probably Nintendo would have sort of felt similarly as well. But these days, retail is neither here nor there anymore. You order your games either online or if they're physical, you know, you order them. The days of going to, I mean, especially now, the days of going to shops to get your and we all thought when we go online there's going to be infinite shelf space. Not actually true. There isn't infinite shelf space. Not really. I mean, there is, but then you end up with a whole bunch of titles that never, you know, don't sell any units. I think somebody, it was like 30% of all apps that have ever been made have never been downloaded at all. Something like, what a waste of effort and time. So the language design decision that I have here is I do that currently. Oh, it's not hand. Use the at. The golden era of gaming for me has to be the period before PlayStation came along. When PlayStation came along, there was a brief period where the early days of PlayStation, I think there was still good things happening, and then it just went. It's complicated, But for me, the golden era is the one where there was diversity. It would be 3D game painful to look at. It doesn't matter. What's the point is that what makes an era golden is not the technology but the creativity that went into making the games. It's like, it would be like if you asked the question, where was the golden days of, you know, gardens? If you, you know, or of golden era of plants and flowers, or golden era of just wildlife, you would, how would you assess these things? The golden era of this planet, what would it be? The golden era of music, when would it be? What criteria? It's easy. It's variety. It's always variety. So, you know, with music, the golden era of music would be whichever era had the widest variety of music. And so that has to be probably the 20th century up until about the mid 70s. The first 3/4 of the 20th century was the golden era for music, you could say, because there was a huge variety of music. Now, not so much. I mean, the music's sort of there, but it's not thriving. Music became a production line thing and became stale and lost its edge, and all the songs sound the same. You could say it's not golden era. The same thing happened with games, right? It's like the golden era would be when there was a beautiful variety of different kinds of games that took a topic and did it and made it fun and had a character and a life and a spirit, and you found out about it and it meant something. The arcade games like Defender, brilliant, you know, or the 1978 or 9 classic Star Raiders, or Paperboy, Pac-Man, Space Invaders, Elite, Damocles. James Pond. Not even scratching the surface. There was still some good stuff going on in the 90s. Thinking about it, I mean, like 95, mid 90s, playing Descent 2 on Kali over the internet. Magic Carpet, mid 90s. There's still life in the old, you know, creative video game industry. But I didn't even touch the first-person shooters. I mean, when they first came out, they, you know, like when Doom first came out. Before that, Wolfenstein. They did something that caught the imagination, but then it just became a thing that got churned out. And it's like, here's a game, and it's just the same as every other game you've ever seen before. And it's like you get a formula, and the formula then is repeated. By the time we get into the 2000s, it was dead. You know. I mean, there's still always going to be, and there've always been some great games. I mean, I played quite a lot of Morrowind, for example. That sort of clawed some of that back for a bit. Morrowind was quite good. But it was involved. you know, I didn't finish it. But it had some of that spirit was in there, right? And now, I mean, I tried played quite a bit of Shogun 2. Yeah, okay. It's sort of pretty well executed, but it's not new. There's nothing new in Shogun 2. Not really. I mean, in the sense I look at it and I see these game design ideas which are very sort of very old. Oh, what was that one? Ultima Online was great when it first came out. Oh, that was like those were that was a part of the golden era. That kind of stuff. That was but now, I mean, what was the last game I was playing? I did a bit. I come. From time to sometimes I come. I actually start playing some of the more recent games. See what's going on. Played Cyberpunk 2077 on Google Stadia. Yawn. I mean, I'm not. That's me. And the reason, I mean, you know, I played it and I didn't. Well, I got as far as a point where I got bored and I had enough, and just didn't carry on anymore. But in the end, one big mission was the only thing I did on Cyberpunk. And you know, it's like, well, if you want to try and capture the imagination of a player, or rather, you want to have that, create a game with that soul and that spirit. That's what interests me. I've got. It needs to be a classic for me to spend my time playing it, and I unfortunately do not consider Cyberpunk a classic, and I have some good reasons. The one mission that I completed, the first one, it was linear, it was formulaic, it had some of all the tropes that are very familiar. There were some moments of tension, but not that many. The enemies that are dumb. So there was a bit at the end with the. Everybody accepts these, right? And so I'm not. What I'm trying to say is just this personal taste. I mean, it's like people accept that this is the way games are, and if you accept that and you're happy with that, it's absolutely fine. But it annoys me because I'm looking for more. So it's like there's the big bad guy at the end of the mission, the first mission of Cyberpunk, and this guy is very menacing and very powerful and difficult to take down. So what you do is you just hide behind a door, which is what I did. So, like, I have no idea what art was put in to that character because all I saw was a few pixels of it. And I'm shooting at the guy through a door. And he's got this kind of super mega weapon, whatever thing that's hitting me, if I'm dodging it. And it's like, I'm just doing this, just a matter of knowing, yeah, well, I will eventually, we're good. Eventually, he's going to be, yeah, finished. So it becomes a bit of a chore, you know. It's like, yeah, okay. The only gameplay you get at that point is the one of patience. You're playing. It's like, well, I can go and do it very slow and carefully, but I'm going to get a bit impatient. And I just got hit. Never mind. I'll just regenerate, you know. And this guy never moved. Did not move from the spot. He just stands there, and you go, it doesn't move. So it's just the same as every other game, right? I want to play a game where the enemies seem to be thinking and reacting in a way that they feel like they're alive and not just dummies. And those games are the ones I enjoy more. So I was playing Destiny 2 not so long ago. And that's got a bit of that. It feels there's some. It's got a bit of that spirit or soul, right, in there. It does exist in that one. And where does it come from? I don't care about the graphics, to be honest. What I care about are the behaviours. It's things that seem to behave in a way that make you feel like, you know, there's a... See, the thing is that animation and movement and timing is kind of universally really important. And they're the things that are just like neglected. It's a bit like with music, you know, having everything played to a grid, all the notes in the right places, and you know, you can have just a bunch of sounds that you throw in that sort of sound cool, but these days more or less are just from a selection of cliches that are thrown in, you know. It's like boom, 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 boom. Thing, you know, those little things that they do in the music. It's like boom, boom. Oh yeah, I've heard that like, you know, 500 times. It's like, you know, there's so much you can do with music. Can we try something just a little bit different for a change? It's a bit like that. It's that you, I mean, sorry, I got digressed from my point. But you can have everything sort of playing on a grid. You can have everything precise. That everything precise is a bit like with video games, having the really impressive graphics. It's like the technique of the graphics, great. Yeah. But it's just like, have you ever seen one of those buskers that has brilliant technique? Like, you often see this with those ones that tap guitars. And it's very fast, and it's like, yeah, it's like, oh, that's amazing. Well, yeah, it's amazing in terms of technique, but it's not necessarily musical. So music doesn't need that kind of technique. Well, there's a similar thing that happens with games. Is not every game needs to have, you know, super impressive graphics. And in fact, just like the song, you know, it's like the song, it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing, right? It's all there. That's the answer. That's how you know the golden era. It's the golden era's swing. Don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. How long do you delay before you sing swing? Very important. Don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Timing. It's all about timing. It's all about choreography and movement. And another thing really, really important, it's also all about suspense. So I've been watching The Expanse. Have you seen The Expanse? That's a great, great show. I really rate that highly. It's probably up there with, Babylon 5 and Battlestar Galactica, and it's they've done a really good job. So I just saw the season finale tonight. It's one aspect I wasn't so happy with. And go read about it, I won't say. But they do a great job, and because they're storytelling. Ah, yes, storytelling. We see, in the video game industry, we're tending to make games as though we are working in a fast food restaurant. It's like they're all the ingredients. We know what the ingredients are, and we're going to just sort of churn them out. And so when you do that, you get the bulk of games appear to be that, to me. Maybe I'm not looking at enough games. I don't know, but it's just I just sometimes I go on a little binge and I say, well, and then I find that it's like games that are like a delivery system for content. It's like, well, we've got this we're going to have, and we need this as this and this and this. Yeah, but it's the same with TV and film. They became the same thing happened there. So you end up with shows where they have many cuts and it's always action. It's boom, 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 boom all the time. Things happening all the time, and it's always the same pace. And it's which is fast. And there's never a point of reflection. There's never a moment where something hangs. Do you know what I'm saying? Well, The Expanse is not one of those. The Expanse has got actual good old-fashioned storytelling in it. And sometimes to tell a story well, you need to not have a conveyor belt. And here's the next thing. And then there's this. And then there's this. And now we have this too. And now you've reached the end. Hope you enjoyed it. It's like the golden era understands the performance. For Netflix, there are a few programs, shows on Netflix where, they've pulled back the art of storytelling. It's great to see because it seemed to be dying out. I know The Expanse is it's Amazon. Oh, and the other one is Star Trek Discovery. Now, some people don't like Star Trek Discovery. The more I watch it, the more I love it. They managed to capture the atmosphere of the original Star Trek series. This is something they've been, I think, working at trying to achieve throughout the whole thing, is to say, can we recreate that feeling of the original series in the modern context? The feel of it. What does the feel mean? Nobody knows. That's when you've got art. They did it. They honestly did it. I was watching the last season of, and even though the plots are somewhat crazy, and maybe even a little bit, well, more than a little bit ridiculous, it actually doesn't matter because the original series had pretty ridiculous plots at times. That doesn't matter anymore. The content doesn't matter anymore. It's almost like you can get away with anything if you've got that swing. And it swings like the original series did. And that is brilliant. So golden era for me is all about the swing. I'm going to check the chat now. Need to know Nintendo, read Dave Chef's Game Over. Those early 2D games were painful to look at. No, they weren't. They were beautiful. They were beautiful. There's beautiful games out there. But it depends how you define beauty. I mean, Space Invaders was a beautiful game. I remember seeing Space Invaders in an arcade when I was, I don't know, teen, before I was making video games. That experience ignited the idea in my head. It had a feeling. The presence of Space Invaders created a feeling that was different from any other feeling I had experienced. It was alive. And therefore it was beautiful. But you know, there are some games, that modern games with modern graphics, and they look awful. Terrible. Can't stand it. Sometimes. But then that's the same as, you know, what I've just been saying. You know, if it doesn't swing, it don't mean a thing. My mum and dad worked at CBS. They met Shirley Bassey and Tony Bennett, amongst others. That's nice. Yeah. They had class. We need more class. Not classes. Don't give me any of that object-orientated crap. Class. Classes are not classy. Big tongue-in-cheek. I have to say that. Someone will get mad with me. My dad was angry. An angry Tyler, and my mother cleaned houses. Still managed to get C64. What about Witcher 3? I haven't played that. Some of these gems are so big now, I don't see how they can keep it up, because eventually these machines won't have the space to hold them. Yeah, but this is nothing new. This happened to the film industry. It started creating blockbusters. History repeats itself. It started creating all these blockbusters, things, movies that were incredible achievements as well. You know, but it was unsustainable for the industry, and the industry collapsed. So they were making films like Ben-Hur, Spartacus, you know, multi-hour epics with huge budgets and thousands of extras and all this kind of. They just went absolutely crazy, and the problem was that you don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. So they forgot the swing, and they replaced the swing with the show, razzmatazz, the glitz, big budget, and history repeats itself. Game size has always been an anti-piracy measure. No, not really. I don't think so. I think game size has to do with. Also, there's this thing about. Well, I won't go there. I could go on all day. But anyway, some use source code as well, no, it has been used that way. That is true. What's the story of KOR again? I don't know. KOR was some game that I did, and people hated me for it, and so yeah, whatever. Oh no, it's Steam killed Greenlight. Well, Greenlight was not a viable thing. If it for anything like that, you need, you know, it's only meaningful if it allows new work to come through and get a chance. But all it became there was like, well, you know, if you are able to make your game pitch go viral, you're a successful game developer. You know, but in the end, making games go viral is a matter of luck, mostly. Yeah, the app model race to the bottom. Yeah, I know, but Greenlight honestly didn't help. It was just Greenlight became a way for the gamer culture police to have their way, you know. So what you would actually end up, when there's a weird thing that happens when bullying occurs, is you often find that the ones that are doing the bullying will set an agenda and then supposedly set some kind of idea of values, and then when they get in the driving seat, they completely throw those values out of the window. So what you would get is all these like troll games, weren't they? So the people who, I bet you the people who made the troll games, right, that then were applauded and, you know, went viral and a big hoo-ha over them, but that were actually awful, were the same people who were complaining about, you know, complaining about games. I don't know though. Just a guess. Oh yes, the delimitation, yeah. Constraints. Yeah, no, people don't like hearing that. No, the sky's the limit. No, the imagination. You're only limited by your imagination. No, you're not limited by your imagination. You're limited by your discipline. You're only limited by your discipline, not your imagination. Oh, game devs making a living. Don't make me laugh. You can make a living, but you have to make a living by finding well, what you have to do is you have to find yourself in a position where your fate does not depend on a single game. Then you can make a living. Otherwise, you could sort of temporarily sort of get by, but that isn't the same thing as making a living. but there we are. Meanwhile, back at the old ranch, I've still got this problem in my mind, which is just like, if I pass in, I'm going to just go with it as is and just accept that's the way the language works right now, and later I don't need to answer all the questions in one go. So let's see if this actually works. In fact, actually this program does run without error, and what happened is it assigned bar to X, but it's assigned sort of literally, so then that allows me to say at X, this is valid if this, right, so this when I say this, it basically A gets assigned a reference to bar, and I'm going to just say that's absolutely fine. I've been just deciding whether or not to change that, but actually going to keep it like this. So if that's the case, then let's see how far we get in. Right. Okay. Right. I need to do another thing then, which is I need to handle this expression. So I'm just going to look at this now. The only line I'm executing is on begin foo.x equals 10. So currently, if we do that, I've assigned 10 to foo.x. Foo.x is treated as an identifier by itself. I'm now going to add a dot operator. I'm going to also change my glasses to more powerful ones.
Hello, Dino.
Hello. How are you doing, Hal? Where are my more powerful glasses? I need more power. Ow. How about this? How are you doing? The game's afoot. Discipline, crunch is not discipline. When there's crunch, it's due to a lack of discipline. Yeah, but there's no. It's this idea that you have to look. How great a game is not determined by its budget. It's not determined by how many people work on it. My point is, you've got more people, you can do more. You can have a bigger scope. That doesn't necessarily make the game better. You can just have more of it. There is not a direct correlation between budget and quality, is what I'm trying to say. There's a relationship, but it isn't a direct correlation. Now, if that's the case, then one has to accept that you, just in the same way as you can lock down your budget, or the number of people, or the schedule, the time, you might as well also lock down the number of hours people work. So you tell me why it would be that there's a habit in the industry for the negotiable thing to be the number of hours people work. If a company's survival depends on crunching, that's one thing. But in a way, you should never allow that situation to arise if you're doing a good job. There are companies that are successful that do not crunch. I think that probably if you impose the rule, you don't crunch, overall, you'll get better results in the long term. Because I have never seen crunch work, you might, I mean, it's like, was there crunch involved in Cyberpunk? Apparently there was. Did it work? I mean, 20 years ago, I was in crunch at. I remember thinking back then was the first time I was in a real. It was when I was in America a bit more than 20 years ago. What I would see is people would come to work, roll in about 11. It was okay because they'd been working late the night before. They'd start ramping themselves up a bit. They need to catch up on their emails. They get to 1 o'clock, they probably haven't really done that much yet. Because people are still waking up when they're in crunch mode. Then it's lunchtime. They'll go have lunch. Afternoon, post lunch, always a little bit slow. Come around to about 3 o'clock. It's an hour after lunch. And people would start, their work would start to pick up. They would reach a peak around about 7. There would then be a break for pizza, let's say, you know, which of course the company would get pizza in. Everybody eating pizza. So in effect, then there's a break there, which in the end would probably be about an hour long. It's 8 o'clock in the evening now. And it would work until, say, 11, maybe midnight. Productivity after dinner would be less than it was before. And it would kind of diminish. And people are getting tired and they have to commute home and all of that. Unless they slept under their desk. But, you know, they'd leave for 11, 12, whatever. They'd get home. Come into work 12 hours later. I don't know. It just seems better to get in at 9, work hard, and go home. What I saw was that you really can't cheat the system. The system being that we are human beings. I mean, yeah, it doesn't work. So you tell me why it still happens. I don't know. Ah, the meeting problem. That is a big problem. I don't know if there's an answer to that. Well, there is actually. Oh, I could go on and on. I think that, you know, there are times when, you know, crunch has to happen. But it should always be, in my view, kind of last resort, because if it isn't, then it means you planned for the crunch. And so, you know, you set up the thing planning for people to crunch. But, you know, it's like it's constraints again, isn't it? It's like you've got to define for the discipline of the way that people work. You know, the culture or whatever. Is you say these are the things that we do and these are the things we don't do. And if I did a video on this years ago, was basically making the point, yeah, you get rid of crunch by simply saying we don't crunch. And as I said, there are a number of companies that do exactly that. And then you plan around it. I think at first things might go a little bit off because people are used to certain ways of estimating and all the rest of it, but then once the thing becomes settled, then everybody knows how long things will take. And then you plan, and that's it. Ten people and 3 managers that had no coding responsibilities. That probably seems a bit excessive, but I'm right. So what I was going to do is put in an operator dot operator. There we go. And the dot operator concatenates two identifiers. Actually, don't have an identifier, do I? I have a variable. So yeah, paid crunch is a different thing. Or I mean, that's the thing. But if people also know this, it could be also sometimes things happen that you didn't expect. If it's paid overtime, it's like, from an ethical point of view, you have to think, if people are working unpaid overtime, then maybe they should be given stock. So, it's a funny old thing, isn't it? It's like buying stock in a company. You put the money in. Oh, and then now you own a piece of the company. But people who are working for free or working extra. But these days things are a lot better. I noticed that, for example, companies do oil. That's fair enough. I think that's, you work extra hours, you can have the time. Well, that's the other thing, is like, most are fired. No, it depends on the situation, but there is that pattern. It's like a team's getting laid off immediately that they've shipped. These things happen. I do wonder of the ethics of that. Or when a particular stage of project is reached. Yeah, it's horrible. If you've been in that situation, I had a friend who called it the grim. It's like a death march. It's like everybody is scrambling to pull together this project and everybody knows, but they don't want to think about it, and they don't want to face it, that they're not going to have a job after they've done all of that. It's like, terrible. The grim. You don't want the grim. I've seen the grim. I've lived the grim. You don't want the grim. And in the end, we're supposed to be trying to make games for a purpose of entertainment. You show me. I suppose it is possible for entertainers to make people laugh while they're dying inside. Yeah, but just because it can be done doesn't mean it should be. Sorry. So if I'm doing this dot thing, I was just thinking that it's like the question I had in my mind was, you know, how to express this, because at the moment it's expression dot expression, but yeah, do it that way, because you know, who knows what wonderful inventive ways of using the dot can come up with. What about its precedence? The dot, where does it come in the order of precedence? Yeah. Well, it's very important, in fact, that it's at the same level as just a... Oh. Well, there's the comma, right? It needs to be here, I think. We'll try it and see what happens. Expression op dot expression dot. Let's see what happens. Unterminated rule. Missing semicolon. What's wrong now? Mismatched input. Oh. Okay, so that didn't cause a problem. It didn't see the dot, but that's because right now I have it set so that what was it? No, I don't. Oh, there it is. The dot is a valid character for an identifier, but not anymore. Unhandled right-hand type, none for assignment. So interesting. Let's see what happened. It did 10, X, foo, assignment. It's because the dot is not handled. I need to implement the dot. Not the grim, but the dot. Oh. We can go with the phi. Here we go in the phi. Phi, phi, phi. Delilah. I'll put it near something that's somewhat related. Oh, let's put it here. Right, so the dot operator, expression, dot context, override, expcon, add operator, operator, dot. I don't have a dot or operator yet. So let's put that. Visit children, thingy, right, okay. Now, the visit children, so it continues going down the tree, and then we want to go to the definition of this, where we need to add dot, and then in here there are some places when I add an operator I need to add this one, dot, 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 let's see how this works. Unhandled operation dot. This is good. You can see in there it's constructed 10x foo dot. So it needs to combine foo and x with the dot operator. Yeah. And actually what that's going to do is just it's practically a string concatenation for now. Why do you ask that, Mike? I do. Milk-like product. I used to. I don't these days, no. Why'd you ask? What a strange random question. Oh. What happened when she did that? We got right, yes, so if we go to this unhandled operation dot, I need to do dot, and it's like operation that, oh, look at, oh, operation. Here, that's the really long one. That be quite extensive. We'll be adding a little dot. A black dot. Dot. When is she going to finish? Sorry. She just started drinking. It's like, how many litres before she's sorry. I shouldn't laugh at my own humour, but then if I don't, who will?
Unhandled operator dot. Once again. Oh, because now it's inside this function. Oh, it's doing my head in. Never ending scroll. The operator will be a dot. Well, let's just put it at the top here. Case. Sirrah, sirrah. Whatever will be, will be. Right now, the dot operator is only going to work. Ow. Right now, the only... Ooh, I haven't plugged in my pad here. I've gone this far without trying to do a copy or paste, clearly. In case you're wondering, guys, I have this nice little thing here. Lots of shortcuts. And, well, the main thing I use it for is copy and paste. And then I have this here as well, with more shortcuts. I'm not using those right now. Those were for Unreal, actually. Just plug this in. Aha! Right. And so, here it is. Merry Christmas. Break. If the left operator is an identifier, then we are doing okay. Anybody remember him? Robin Day. Golden days of political television. They don't make them like that anymore. It was a popular one for people who, you know, impressionists. It's funny that you don't. Do impressionists even exist anymore? They don't. I don't think they do they? Because the problem is now everybody talks in exactly the same way. Because if everybody talks in exactly the same way, then there is not going to be an impressionist doing an impression about you. So this means everybody's lost their character. Because, I mean, I remember when I was a kid, it was a Robin Day, and he had a voice. It was very easy to do a Robin Day. You know? I think that's what it is. You didn't know that I did that. So, copy, cut, paste. Enter. Other things I've forgotten already. Oh, wait a minute. This one. Control tab. That's F5. And we even use them all. So I'm just going to do a default. Yes, use my copy paste left operand. Invalid left operand. For and left, no, is it left operand? Left dot text dot c string. Okay, let's give it a go. A trackball. Yeah, I maybe I'll give that a go sometime. I think that's a good, because the thing is they have inertia. If you've got a good one, you can hit it rolling and it just moves. It's sort of what we do now, swiping on mobile devices, isn't it? And so, what's wrong? Invalid left operand has an error. Let's try that again. It is running. It is not implemented. Okay, so there we go. And then this is the nested switch statements. La 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 la. Invalid right operand. Which also needs to be an identifier. Oh, whatever. Let's make sure it's there. And now, why did it take so long? Surely it needs to be faster. Jeez. All right, anyway, it gets here. So now I have an operator around two identifiers. And so it makes a new identifier that is the sum, the concatenation. I'm very patriotic about concatenation. We are going to do what we need to make Does it pop them? Yeah, it pops them. So what I need to do is concatenate the two and just push it onto the new one. This should work quite nicely, I think. Oh. Did I do a string concatenation yet? I must have done. I just want to see how I did it. A string plus string. String plus... No, a string plus integer. We want a string plus a string. Ah, that's the problem. You've got so much here. Actually, I'm going to use this. I was saying the other day, never really use these things. I find them annoying, but this is one situation where they actually are going to be valuable. I collapse the dot. Operation. Right, so I was doing the dot operator. Plus. We want to see the plus. And then within here, we can do a string. And inside the string is a string, and this is the code for a string plus a string gives us a string. And we pop that in here. Yeah, so this is identifier dot identifier, and so what we get then is right text equals left text plus oh wait a minute, because it's not quite enough. I need to do that. Left text plus a dot plus a right text. I know, doing that with strings, memory allocations, but I'll worry about that later. Push stack. Right, and the other problem is that it's not as it becomes an identifier. That's it. That's it. That's it. I'll try that. Oh no. We have errors. Yes, this was a comment. Well, it wasn't a comment, but it should have been. It was meant as a comment, but it wasn't a comment. Now it is a comment. Ah, look at that. It worked. So, what does that mean? It means that the real test is if we can start to make this happen. So we'll go back to the make cube, and I'm going to put just one line in only, and when I make the cube, which is this is hopefully and I don't need to put the at in that because of what I was saying before. So make cube, and this just takes this and substitutes cube into here, and then we should get an assignment to cube.x. And if I have that, this is a big thing, because with that lots of doors open. Null reference. Oh no. Oh, hang on. I learned that trackballs are fairly common in music production studios because the space is often very limited due to all the hardware. That's one case I can understand why it would be used. I can totally understand that. You know what I've got for my mouse? Here. This is my mouse solution. This I love just going to flea markets and finding things. So this thing here is like a little cute, I don't know if you can see it, but it's a little cute sort of thing. Look. I got this from a flea market. It's like it's slightly slanted down like this. And it has this sort of ridge for holding so things don't roll off. And I originally got it to put sort of doing music on it. You know, like that. You see, perfect. Then you can just stuff. Right now it's got mat on there, and then that is now to the side of me, and then mouse. And it's got that very slight slope, doesn't cause the mouse to sort of slide. It's okay, but it's nice that it's slightly over to the side, so it's ergonomically good. And this little ridge here is great because it stops the mouse falling off, and it's a nice height. Then my keyboard is on a sort of a stand for on a stand. There, right. This is a kind of laptop stand. But I've just got my keyboard resting on it. Yeah, that was boring. Did I get Unity from a flute? Yeah, I did. I got Unity from a flea market and it was unreal. Oh, and then in wondering what this is on then, this is on a stool that I got at the flea market. It's quite a nice sturdy thing. So, yeah. Gone is the need for desks. I don't use desks anymore. I just use furniture. I like it. So, what was happening here is I got a null reference. Item.x. That I don't understand that. Why did it do that? Okay, I'll have to try running this again and see what. There we go. Function args. Cube. Function args. Make cube. Cube function args. I don't understand why that's printed twice. Yeah, I've got a bit more organised. Here. But it was like I used to work downstairs. But I actually work here now as well because Karina's got a job and she works downstairs in the other room. That's why I'm here now, because I do everything here now. Oh. No. I don't understand why I did that. Let me just see if that's true. That's for real. Yeah, it does it twice. Let's take that off a minute. Yeah, it prints it twice. Assigning argument 0, cube identifier to item. Oh, look. I'm not going to worry about that double thing for a minute. No idea why. May not be a problem. So when we've done that, we get to this rule here. It assigned, it says 0 x dot item x reference item x. Oh, right, that's interesting. So I have an order of precedence problem, because what it's done is it did the item x dot x concatenation. It used the dot before the reference. So if the dot has higher precedence than the reference, and it's trying to do an at over item dot x, which is wrong. It should just be item on its own. So that should be quite easy to fix. Let's just go and get ourselves over here, and we just need to budge this guy down one line. Is that because you've only got 20 minutes of air, Mike? Yeah, sorry, Albert. He's watching The Expanse. You know, it's like Battlestar Galactica. People getting spaced. Vacuuming sucks. Yes, it does. What have we got now? Invalid left operand for dot. Ooh, literal identifier. So I guess the way I have this set up right now, I need to have the currently only supported with the leftmost operand. I think I can probably do literal identifier. Invalid left operand. Oh, that was the right operand. So maybe I need to put this in the right one, which would be here. Okay, it assigns 0 to item.x. Well, that shouldn't be item.x, it should have been to cube.x. It's getting there, but it might be that it did the right one, but the message is wrong. I think I need to see what the variable state is. I think I have another one of these that I can set up, which is just the old Sigwin magic. And you need a little bit of extra help. Get Sigwin for the win. Don't call it Sigwin for nothing. Hail minus capital F. Var state. Ding. Oh, that looks like it didn't get updated for a while. Hang on. Var state. Dump variables to state file. Dump variables to state file. Dump variables to state file. Where is the there? Dump variables to state file. It's not happening. Let's just check what I called it. Var state all. No, it's an old one. Var state all. That looks a bit suspicious to me. You keep saying the same old thing over and over again. I don't understand it. Go to testify. Let's try something simple here. On begin a equal 10. It just says make cube. That's because of the function. Right. So it's actually not showing me variables because assign 10 to A. Oh, maybe it's because it finished. Ah. A equal 10. So if I put this function in and I run that, A equal 10, and we have a function called make cube. So let's just have a look at where I dump these variables to state file. Dump variables to state file. The moment I'm doing it, yeah, I think actually what I want to do is put this maybe here. Right. So this is showing the evaluation stack log. This is showing the state of the variables. Okay, I'm not calling that function now. So here we go. We'll call the function make cube with cube, and what we see is this. So item equal cube. Which has no value. So I've got, yeah, so the parenthesis is the value. And the before that you have the name. Awkward. But anyway, that's so this has no name but has a value of 0. This has a name but no value. Item equals name with no value. I think it'd be good if I could have the types in there as well. So I'm just going to make a modification with that logging thing. What I did, we come in here, get the difference. So store identifier names. Equals the second to a string. I think I just put commas in front of them. So what we have is equals y dot second dot operator to C string y second op comma the name comma and then the value. Let's try that. We've got link like that. Missing something, Mr. Semicolon. So we can see that item equals the identifier cube. Okay, an item X has been assigned, so it didn't do the substitution. So I do have a bug in it's not quite behaving the way I wanted it to. Because what I wanted it to do is it should know that cube item is in fact cube, and we can see that that is the case here. When I do at item, yeah, maybe, you know, when it processes reference item, shouldn't it just do the substitution there? It probably should, you know. Let's have a look at where I did the evaluation for the for the reference. So when doing an assignment, oh, Let's put a breakpoint here. Just see if it actually calls that or not. No, it doesn't actually call this. So I'm not sure what the purpose of that is anymore. Oh, right. Okay. No, that's fine. It's not anything to do with assignment. It's got to do with just processing the reference. You can go operator reference. Add operator reference. Add reference. Oh, maybe I didn't put that in yet. Oh, I must have done, because this reference had to have got processed. Otherwise, it would have generated an error. Here, operator reference. Oh, what I did was I changed it to something called a literal identifier. But, yeah, and that's displayed in this way. I actually think that's wrong. What I should do is not, that doesn't make sense. What I should do is literally do the substitution here. There's no need to delay it. So what we do is we get the, in this case it's item off here. The operator is not going to change because it was, well, because it was a reference. It's going to become an identifier. And we need to fetch from the store. Is the state of the variables. So the identifier ID FIVAV, and then I get identifier. So I get the ID for the current one, and I get the store, and this gives me what it's referring to, which should be an identifier. So we just check that. If the dot op is not equal operator identifier, then, ladies and gentlemen, we need if it's not equal the identifier, then we need to do an error. That's just a sanity check. It'll go wrong either because there's a bug or because I'm wrong in my logic. So it's like VOP blah 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 blah. If it's not equal to that, then it would generate an error. And we're done. And then it pushes that back on to the stack. And I think the other thing I did is no longer correct. This was literal identifier is This whole section here should probably be removed. If 0 and if. And so let's try that. We'll see what we get. The reference should lead to an identifier. So what happened? We had item X. So we reference item X. So when referencing the item is equal identifier cube. That should be right then. So what did I do? I made a mistake. I'm pushing the left. The left side is... Yeah. Ah. Oh, and actually it should push V. And it's not equal identifier, but it should have been... All right, let's put a breakpoint there. Oh, so we don't get that. Right. Then we can see exactly what's going on. This is a reference. Oh. Curious. Item. E text. Where did it get E from? It's because I copy and paste error there. It should be get the identifier left text, the ID to get this. The right, that's probably better. Just check it. So Mike, next time, all you need to do is go to, well, do a bit of planning ahead of time because there's a certain lag involved with this process. But you just go to Amazon.com and you click a few buttons and you get it all done for you. So I really need to do this floor, by the way, but I couldn't use one of those automatic things that goes around. This thing is like a minefield. It'd impale itself on some piece of equipment, pierce its battery, its lithium battery, start a fire. You're just like, I can't risk it, you know. Asking for trouble. Or then I walk in and it's busy doing its business, I don't notice it, I tread on it, fall down the stairs. Or it could fall down the stairs. I don't know. And then there's that thing is all well and good, but you have to empty the thing manually as well. So I mean, it's like, what's the use of that? If it could sort of, well, if it was like a little Mr. Fusion in there, actually, it could hoover up the rubbish, and then use the rubbish to drive its little internal fusion thing, which drives the feed off the rubbish to power itself. How's that? That'd be great. Wouldn't be safer than using lithium batteries, though, I think. You are a Luddite. Well, I have to say the Luddites probably were right, you know. They were the Luddites, I think. just looking at the world as it is now, you know, they're going to have the final laugh, aren't they? Item identifier cube. Invalid left operand. 4 dot. Invalid left operand for dot. Identifier. Well, I don't understand that. Oh, because I got rid of... Oh, look at this. Huh. Right, so that's better. Right. You trust tech to fail. That's why. That's why you're a Luddite. Hey, look at this. It assigns 0 to cube x. So let's have a look at our code there. Look. It did it. It actually did the substitution properly. Now I can bring in the x, y, z. And look, assign 0 to cube x, cube y, cube z. The on begin make graphics cube. Item. And see what happens there. Alright, we have something went wrong. Well, you can see cube x, cube y, and cube z. They're of types none. So actually there is an issue because those would be... Right, that's a mistake because there should be type of integer. The other thing is some items were left on the stack. Oh, that's make graphic. Let's just get rid of the cube. Sorry, make graphics cube a moment. Okay, that worked. Oh, this says integer now. That's interesting. All right. What did you just do? Hal did something there. What did you just do, Hal? Oh, you tried to run it. You tried to run it. Hal, run. Hal, run. So that's working, but now we have a problem with this make graphics cube function. Because it's a built-in function. We'll have a look over here. Make graphics cube. Let's put a breakpoint here and see if it gets called. No. That's interesting. How could adding... Let's have a look at that. Make graphics cube. Item. Don't understand why it adding that function caused it to lose. That's very suspicious. If I comment out this line and I run it, hang on. Oh, because it's done it at the end of this make cube. That's weird. Oh, because the state transition is still processing. It hasn't finished everything that happens on begin. And few things to sort out. So in fact, yeah, the problem is that it goes wrong. I'm not seeing the new values because they aren't copied over yet. They only get copied over at the end of the thing. So that explains that. And then we get in here to do right. And so the only problem I have at the moment then is that I'm left with something on the stack because it didn't pull the argument off the stack. This expects one argument at the moment. Where was it here? On the built-in make cube, I have to pull this argument off the stack. And in fact, this cube name is going to be whatever. Oh, let me just check. Be quicker to check it. Yeah. Breakpoint here before it makes the cube. Making the cube is where it's going to communicate with this. Oh, you're not even able to see the right thing at the moment. I didn't notice that. You're missing all of the debug stuff. Look at that. It's better. You were missing all the interesting stuff. Up here. So this is the viewer where the cube will eventually appear. This here is the stack, expression stack, and these are the variables. So I've got the right, so looking at this, we go cube identifier, right, cube, the text there. Simple. So we do arg dot text. And so the name of the cube, and it's going to set a cube created thing in response to the creation of the cube. What's wrong? Arg text dot c string, right. Now, I'm a little bit curious here. Why have I got things left on the stack? Let's have a look at the inbuilt functions. I did do a pop. Print works without any issue. Why does this not work? Stack pop. There's an empty item on the stack and then function args. I don't get that with a print statement. Let's have a look here. If I just did make cube without any arguments, yeah, that's going to cause a problem because I popped off a non-existent argument. Vector out of range. Abort. Really? Did I do an... There is a command which is built in clear graphics. So something appeared in here because I cleared the graphics. On graphics cleared, print. Hello. See if that works. Mismatch input. Yeah, on graphics, on change. That mechanism worked. It clears the graphics, and I can put something that I do once the graphics are cleared. Print hello. I can make a cube. In fact, the cube was made, but I've got items left on the stack, which is confusing me. Not there. Here. There we go. That's cube. Let's have a look at the stack. Actually, I can inspect the whole stack. It only has one thing on the stack, which is make graphics cube. I think I don't like that I'm using auto here. Okay, so that pops off the stack, and now what I have on the stack is just the make graphics cube at item. The function call is still on the stack for the minute. It executes the code. This was executing function. We look at the stack, it still has make graphics item, dump variables to state file. And on the stack, I've still got the make graphics cube. Make graphics cube. Make graphics cube. Still on the stack. There's some little annoying bug here. When I look at how I did the print statement, all right, I'm going to just the thing that's bothering me is the behavior between two different internal functions, print and make cube. They're behaving differently, and I don't like that. On begin, clear graphics. On change, graphics cleared. Print. Hello. So at this point, when I look at the stack, I can see two things on the stack. One was the print, and the other is the argument. So at this point, it's exactly the same as what I just seen. You switch between the two things, da 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 da, and it's done. And it comes back to here, and it ends up here. And if we look at the stack, it's got one thing on it, which is the call And I think it's still there. So where does it pop it? Oh, it doesn't mind if it's greater than 1. Wonder if I can chain together 2 of these. So I could do graphics cleared A equal 1 on change A print world. Yeah, that all worked fine. So why is it that when I instead call make cube, I get move here, la 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 la. And how many do I have on the stack now? Just 1. At this point, it's exactly the same as what happened before. Do this. And it jumped right to here. And on the stack, we have 1 item on the stack. So actually, it was fine. It's something that happens afterwards. Like I was assuming it was that, but it looks like there's some other problem. Return value. You push the return value onto the stack. So the stack then has 2. And then it fails. That was weird. Because the print it's the return value pushed onto the stack. But surely the return value, when you do a print, there isn't a return value. And it didn't generate an error. So diagnosing this then. Built-in function print. Beginning of built-in function print. Okay, so the problem is, for some reason, it thinks that print doesn't have a return value, which is correct. It thinks that my function does have a return value, but the language doesn't have a way of specifying whether a function has a return value yet. So some other thing is happening, something is happening to make it add the return value. Then it's the return value is on the stack, because that should be collected if it's on the stack. Difficult to find it. I saw it do it. I have to find there's a lot. The word return appears a lot. There, here we go. L return, fair enough. Operator L return. Kind of weird how Alright, well, you know what I'm going to do? To go now to the test thing here, and I put in probably is due to the fact that I'm passing in an integer in one case. No. String in one case, and something else is what the variable that was passed in was probably causing the trouble. Right, okay, it's supposed to stop there then. Here. It does get to here. It executed make cube. And it pushed the return value. All right. So why doesn't it do that when I print la 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 when I do that? Yeah, it didn't complain that time. In fact, it doesn't call that now. That is really interesting. Why? Why? Doesn't call this one. It doesn't call this function args. That's very strange. This was the function call. And surely I have function args on the stack. Here, operation is function args. It's there. It is on the stack. Function args. Okay. After the function call, there it is, still there, function args. And on the stack, it's still there. Function args. It didn't go to the return false. And the function args disappeared somehow. It's done. So that is very strange how one... It's because it... Oh, I know why. Yeah, I figured out the difference. I don't know. That's a starting point. The difference is the built-in... One built-in function makes a modification to state, the other doesn't. It's this set store. I bet if I... So in fact it terminated before it became a problem when doing the print. So at least I've got the difference between the two. That makes sense. So what I'm going to do is just set a test variable in the print so that the print has a side effect, because the print didn't have a side effect before. And now I'm hoping I... Jeez, you're joking. Oh my word. So much for that theory. That really... That really made sense. But adding in that just to be fake, you know, adding a fake one of those doesn't seem to make have recreated the... it didn't complain. How weird. That was right. Okay. Well, let's comment out that side effect. Oh, right, I also need to change this. That empty thing here is because it's actually taken an invalid return value. That's why it's undefined. I just don't get that. Still doing it. So to figure this out, I suppose one thing I could do is there is something I can do. It's where I can use this mapping here, because I use a map to go from the name to the function. I can simply make graphics cube, right? I can simply put that in, and so this is like a very, it'll call the wrong function when I try to print. I mean, something's got to give. If I keep messing around with that, this, you know, surely this. Right, so even though I'm... Oh, wait a minute. I had the wrong... Right. So I'm calling make cube, but make cube is actually calling print. And we get undefined value cube. Which is true. I'm trying to print. The argument is wrong. So what we'll do is change this say to 10. Reference should lead to an identifier. Oh, it's because I'm calling make cube. Oh. Right, next problem is that I'm calling print. Right, okay, no, next difference. I didn't spot that. I just spot there is actually a more fundamental difference between the two cases. I'm calling one from within a function. I didn't clock that. So when I'm printing here, I'm calling the built-in function directly. When I'm doing this, it's calling the built-in function from inside a function, and that I suspect is the problem. So I can test that by when it does make cube, I'll comment out this, but in here I'll say on begin print. Yes, that's got to be it. Because reference should lead to an identifier. That's because I need that back. Exactly. Alright, so the bug is if I call a built-in function from within a function. It's probably if I call a function within any function, because I've never tried to call a function from within a function before. And so we have a bug with that. So the actual thing, because the only function I've made before was the was the square root function, which was returning a value, and I hardwired it. I need to know if the function is returning a value or not. That's the problem. Or I just get rid of functions returning values at all. That all makes sense now. So, do a function returning values. I am going to probably need to revisit that, refactor it, so I'm just going to turn it off for now. Probably easier said than done. Yeah, it's because I didn't see that it was. Basically, I've got two kinds of functions. It's really funny because the problem was the assumption. I'm working with a built-in. It's a classic. I'm working with a built-in function. So then I get this problem of stuff left on the stack. So I'm thinking the problem lies with the built-in function. What I didn't see was the problem lies with not the built-in function, but in fact the phi, you know, whatever, a user function. But I didn't think about that because I was thinking about built-in functions. Yeah, I imagine it's because you can hear the fan when I speak, when it's heating. So, I mean, I don't know, we could do that, but it's probably just a continual noise all the time. Let me see. I can try. You can go to the filters and turn off the noise gate. And now it'll get quieter when the heater turns off. Problem is you have no clue what I'm doing. Alright, well I'll turn it off, keep it off then, we'll see how it goes. I'll return. The trick with moderation is to do it in moderation. Actually, you know what? Before calling a function, I think I can see what to do, because there's this return value. Before calling a function, let's see where I call a function. Function call. Before calling the function, clear the return value. if the instruction lReturn, if there's a return instruction inside the function, it will set a return value. Do not push a return value if the return value is null. So if I have op is not equal operator none, then push. That should actually fix it. And this time there's no bug. I think I fixed it. So let's just go back to the language test file here. On change graphics cleared, make cube. What I did though was I got rid of, that was right, yeah. Okay, let's try that. The cube appeared and there's no error. Yes, okay. That is good. We're getting close. Now, I've got another interesting problem here though to deal with, because I am now able to create my cube, and it's doing it and successfully using the reference so that I set up the variables in phi for x, y and z, the position of my cube. All of this is good, but what I have to do is that it needs to always call update cube if any of these values change. So the idea with this one was when I call this function, I need it to create a new rule that did not exist before. So it's got to add a rule, but not in this local thing. It needs to be added at the global level. Normally if I put a rule in here, the rule is only executed in this function until eventually the function exits. This is different. This is add a rule at the global level. Have a rule but then it means such a rule cannot contain any local variables, so that makes sense. This is a new kind of language construct. On begin, if I just put the word rule in here, I'm going to just try it like this and we'll see if this works. I need to add this functionality in though, so well, then just with that one thing, then I suppose I could add it in manually for now. Let me add it in manually first. So what does that mean? It means this, in order to hook up the variables with the cube in the viewer, I need to say on change, and I can at least test this part this way to make sure it works. It's not very convenient at the moment, but to do it this way, but it would define what I'd want to automatically be able to make happen, that it would add this rule automatically when I make the cube. This says that when there's a change to any of these three things, then update the cube. Let's see if how that works. Okay, token recognition error at backslash. Got a stray character. Error, items left on stack. Okay, so there's another thing. This doesn't work with commas in there yet. So the only way I can currently do this is by doing that. That's fine, because if I can get this to work, basically that's saying, that's having to say just three separate rules. One of the snags of doing this way is that it'll update the cube multiple times if all three changes. Okay. But it might allow me to actually animate the cube, which would be exciting. So on change on change of the built-ins and cube created on change cube created. This is just a test. I'm going to make the cube move because it starts off at the origin, right? And then I'm going to do equals plus 100. So what should happen is it should make the cube move. It should appear in the center and then move. It's not going to animate yet, but come on. Didn't do it. On change graphics cleared, make cube. On change cube created. That didn't work. Well, that's not too surprising. We're just trying to bring this to life. Yeah, you can see it didn't print cube on cube created, so that mechanism isn't working at the moment. Yeah, it should have. Look, cube created integer 1. Oh. That's probably because it wasn't in the global scope. I think there's another way this could have to be dealt with. That would be better. What I need to do is, instead of doing cube created, I need to set store arg what the text, which is the name of the variable, plus dot created. On change cube created. No, on change cube dot created now. Print cube. And go. It is failing to... There, look, cube created. Cube created, integer 1. That's weird that that does not work. On change of cube created. Will not print that. Even though make cube. It gets to this. It's setting it to an integer. That is terrible. It sets it. I'm looking at the state contexts. Current context is make cube. I think that's the problem, is it's created in the wrong context. So it's a problem of scope. I need to... There. pop context. Yeah, and it just stops. I think what will help to understand what's going on with that is dump variables to state file. There it is. Oh. I think that's what's confusing. It's already showing the state. Yeah, that was what was confusing. For sure. Just the way I was printing the log. Now, this is showing the context for MakeCube. This is showing the context for not inside the function. So basically, because of the way that was set up, these are local to the function. They're not global. So I need to implement a kind of global system. I have to figure out what I'm doing with my with my scope. One sec. I'm going to take another break. My channel, it's the one. What should we have? Let's try and keep it slick, shall we? I mean, you know, because slick's important, they say.
We're humming, we're humming, we're humming, we're humming. Well, when things don't work out, there ain't no need to shout. Just keep on humming, humming. When you're feeling small, hear the universe compass is cold. When there's trouble coming, just keep on humming. We're humming, humming. We're humming. Humming. We're humming. Humming. We're humming. We're humming. We're humming.
You didn't hear that, did you? I said, is infinity real? That's beyond me. Yeah, so the problem is basically I need to think about scope. So how can I... Right, that is the problem. The problem is basically right now that these are happening locally. And I actually don't want them to be local. I need them to be global. Because it was passed in as a reference. And that is my first big problem. I'm an away supporter. I don't know if I can anymore. Looking for where I should go. So the problem is with the language, I have reached a point where there's a difficult problem to solve. Everything else has been fairly sort of simple that you've been seeing. Nothing too complicated, but this one is a difficult one because I'm passing in a reference from a different scope into this new scope, and then it's figuring out the rules for how they operate. It's a bit like the problem of this one's tricky because every scope to have a side effect from a function. I would need to have a function that is executable in the same scope. And it's a bit tricky because, well, no, it could work. I have to think about it. Where is my tuner? It's in my head. I'm an away supporter, looking for where I should go. And I'm an away supporter, just doing my best, you know. Don't you tell me we've gone and lost our way again. Don't you tell me we're on that losing streak again. When will I ever learn? When will I ever learn? And I'm an away supporter, looking for where I should go. Don't you tell me we've gone and lost our way again. Don't you tell me that losing streak again. When will I ever learn? Winning and losing's just the same. It doesn't matter, it's only a game. Ever, 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 supporter, looking for where I should go. And I'm an away supporter, just doing my best, you know. Just doing my best, you know. Boom, 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 boom. Anyway, yeah, I haven't sung that song in Peru. I haven't sung that song in ages. But there we go. Yeah, I think it'd go well with the flute, perhaps. So it's also 20 to 3 in the morning, but I will need to think a little bit about what my next step is, just for dealing with this scope anyway. So there we go. So I think I'll call it a night there. Thanks for watching. Tropical Mike Zag. Maybe I should get the guitar out more often. Anyway, so hopefully I'll be back again tomorrow. Rocking it at 3 AM. Yeah. What was I thinking? Oh, right. Well, we could try that. Let me try something. Yeah, we could. Well, we've got the archives, haven't we? There's all the archives. There's so many videos. This one. I'm going to put this one on to see off for tonight. This is the thing. A story behind. The story behind this song is, artificial intelligence is, all the rage. But what we need, you see, artificial intelligence is not really enough. So what we need is a little bit, before beard here. Oh my God, better with the beard, I think. Yeah, definitely. What we need is, instead of artificial intelligence, is a little bit of artificial wisdom.
Now I'm reading all about blockchain, artificial intelligence. You know I make no pretense, I don't believe it all, 'cause I think we're much too clever, you and me. What we need, some artificial wisdom. Wait and see. Now I know I'm pretty clever, and everyone else knows they're clever too. But we can make ourselves even better with an implant or two, like moths all flying for something that can bring a better life. We're so eager for transcendence, seagulls in their flying machine makes little sense to me. Or dolphins sailing submarines, they already own the sea. We spend all our time trying to deny our humanity, never quite realizing we're all from the same damn tree. Bring me artificial wisdom, oh, for my artificial dreams. My whole life's being lived for me by a huge bank of machines. Bring me artificial wisdom, oh, won't you hurry it along? The earth is slowly burning, and the real thing's almost gone. Artificial wisdom, please don't take too long. I'll put a little voice chip in you, so you'll always be in tune, and they'll adjust that program for you. You can follow every rule. You'll live your life with ease, but should it ever get too tiring, you can put it on automatic. Save all your neurons from firing. Bring me artificial wisdom to stop all my artificial dreams. 'Cause my whole life's being lived for me by a huge bank of machines. Bring me artificial wisdom, or won't you hurry it along? The earth is slowly burning, the real thing's almost gone. Artificial wisdom, please don't take too long. The AI's reading all about blockchain and artificial intelligence. You know it makes no pretense, yeah, it believes it all. But I think it's much too clever for you and me. What we need, some artificial wisdom. Wait and see.